Yo, what's up? Good morning, good morning. So we're gonna continue the creature creation algorithms today. And we were just in the middle of the process of cleaning up what we currently had. Which is we can spawn things bound by the polygons. So we don't have objects that hang out from the edge like we can see here. The only reason we see it here currently is because we haven't enabled this one. But what I want to do next is, or what we're in the process of doing now, is we're trying to include or remove overlap like this in our check. So if we get an overlap like this, we respawn it pretty much. And the idea is that we're going to use, we're going to define some colliders and use those like this. But for some reason, this doesn't really work for us currently. Don't know why yet. So let's start by checking that out. So we don't allow overlap, which means that this one is false. This is true. So if this one returns true, we destroy the game object. Yes. Oh, yes. This one is... There we go. This one is not an game object anymore, so it's the game object we want to destroy. So this might actually work. And I'm wondering... Yeah, and then we're going to make this rejection based as well. So if it overlaps, we're going to bring it through the transformation modules once again, and then we check again if it's still overlapping, pretty much. So let's see, do we still have overlaps? Yes, we do. Unfortunate. Doesn't look too random either, does it? Okay. First thing I want to check is I want to see if we get any overlap on this one. Okay, we don't get any overlap whatsoever. Actually, I think it's because, yeah, that's true. It could be. Or could it be because of this? Or actually, measured in the object's local space. Yes, okay, that's probably it. Do we have the position? Dot, or we're gonna do transform dot transform point. It's still nah, I don't think it's weird. From local space to world space. Yeah, let's check this one down. A little bit worried about the scale as well on... We might... This should be okay. We're using the bounds here. Now we have a lot of true. Now we have too many trues. Now we actually only have trues. Okay. And the only reason we get this, I can see, is that we take this collider, we count this collider as a collision. What's the reason for the rigid body? Oh yeah, otherwise, if we don't have the rigid body here, it's gonna use the parent rigid body. Okay, so instead, or let's see here, I'm a little bit afraid that we might be counting the collision with this box collider, so with this rigid body. We shouldn't, since this one is on the default layer and the other one is on dynamic entity internal, which shouldn't collide with anything. Because we use a layer mask here, name to layer. For now, we're gonna do... Yes. Fucking hell. Okay, so the mask is wrong. Beautiful. So am I creating this mask in the wrong way? Int layer mask. Or am I just spelling this the wrong way? Okay, what the fuck happened here? Get the fuck out. Okay. Let's try and restart this one then. See if we can make the layer UI make it work. Okay, beautiful. Now it works. Let's just copy the name of this one and see. Did I misspell it? No, I don't think so. Am I creating this one in the wrong way? Or... It makes no sense to me given this layer mask. Now we should not be getting overlap with, yeah, we're overlapping with these for some reason. First of all, let's check. Let's do overlap box. Yeah, are we only getting layer mask name to layer? So maybe we want to do this. And now we're not finding any overlaps. Or we're not getting this one at least. That's a start. But it's fucking weird that we don't overlap with anything, isn't it? Especially since we have this here. Okay, so now we're back at no overlap. I'm gonna assume that the layer mask is correct this time around though. Half of the size of the box in each dimension. Why extends though? Or half extends? This is always half of the size of the bounds. So extends are half of the size of the bounds. Half extends, half of the size of the box in each dimension. Local scale divided by 2. Okay, let's see if we make this a little bit bigger. Let's see what we have. Or what we get. Do we? Oh, we do. What the Yeah, this is weird. So when we create these eyes and stuff like that, we actually collide with the main character. So yeah, we collide, but we will collide with upper arm for this character, for instance. We don't collide with the eyes here. Which makes me think that this position is wrong. Center of the box. Object local space, we bring it to world space. So that is correct, I'm pretty sure. Depends on what the position of this visual object is actually. Visual generator, we instantiate it here. And then we go through all the modules and apply. So we change the position and stuff like that. So when we do is overlapping with, or is overlapping other visual object, we should have the latest position and rotation and scale. But it definitely, the result tells another story. How does it make sense that any eye spawned for these would collide with this character? No, it doesn't. Okay. And we have no overlap again. Okay. let's do. Let's take this eye. I want to remove. Yeah, let's remove this. Yeah, and let's do is trigger. I'm still a little bit scared that. But then again, will physics engine, yeah. No overlap. Okay. We definitely do awake first, and then we do this. Layer mask should be correct. Is it that it doesn't? If we do the physics checkbox, if we do the... Nah, shouldn't have anything to do with it. Should be instantiated, should be correct. Instantiate the object. Set a parent. World position stays false. Then we change the position here at some point. Is it because... Okay, I want to try... if we change this one to be... I would just do collider.transform.position. But then we're gonna have to offset it by collider point, but this might be a better option. So we just do this plus collider.center. Overlap, we can see here already that we have some overlap. Bing. No true is overlap width. No overlap whatsoever. Okay. I'm gonna check one additional thing. We're gonna check this one, although I doubt very much that it could that overlap with spine 006. The fuck is this? I get the feeling that we spawn these at the wrong positions, and that's why. Like, in what world do we collide with spine 006? Here, that makes no sense. This should not affect it. Overlap with thigh, forearm, spine, and spine. Because we spawn them at this position. That's not even close to this position. So I don't know how that would ever happen. I'm thinking if it has to do. Like, when do the position of the box collider update? Are we spawning it and then not updating it until much later? Or why are we not getting any... but actually, when we do collisions against this one, it works. That's true. So why are we not getting collisions against each other? Fuck, I would like to draw stuff here. Or we're gonna print some information. I don't care about rotation for this print here, so we're just gonna go with this, bounds and position. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, the positions here are... But the position for the spawned eyes here, why are we getting this one? So if we take the eye, prefab, they don't even have that position here. -10. So here we can see why we're getting overlap with the internals of this one, because this is roughly the same position as this one. It's not too far off, at least. But then again... makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, what's up, this plant? Oh, fuck, I want to do this real quick. Yes, we are getting the correct one. The correct transforms. Right. Yeah, we are. This plant, that's cute. What are we making? We're making a creature collecting type of game. Like Chow Garden in Sonic. Or Viva Pinata. Yeah, transform is correct. Overlap with forearm and upper arm. That's weird though. So this one overlaps with forearm and upper arm. This one. How the fuck do we get a collision with this one? When we spawn something over here. Yeah, if the extents are extremely big, 0.5, yeah, that's pretty damn big. That is... Yeah, 0.5, that's too big, that's too big. That is extremely big. Which makes it weird that we don't see more collisions than we already do. So what we want to do extends here, we probably want to scale this one by... We want to do local scale or... We want to scale it by collider transform dot. I think we actually want to scale it by lossy scale. Fuck, I hate this. It feels like my Unity is breaking down. Yeah, we don't get any overlapping, that is true. At least we don't get any overlap with the rig of the playable character, but these one are still not registered as overlaps. Oh, we print the wrong extents. Let's try. I want to print this collider extents. See if it's roughly correct. Yo, what's up, Spires? Thank you, appreciate it, appreciate it. Okay, so what do we have here? We have 0.04. Yeah, that makes sense, right? That would be this one, maybe. Do we have an even smaller one? Oh, actually, it's half. Okay. So extents are correct. Position is correct. Shiverth, what's up, what's up? But we still don't get any overlap. Look at this. And if we do... Yeah, if we don't use a layer mask, we're gonna get some problem. Because we're gonna overlap with everything. But still, I want to try. Let's remove this one. And then we're gonna check for overlap with and see. We're gonna get overlap with these stones or the base of the creature. With... Yo, what's up, Geralt? Good morning, good morning. Overlap with terrain patch. Yeah, that's true. We're gonna get it with terrain patch as well. But we don't get it with the eyes. I'm a little bit afraid that it might be because our colliders don't update instantly. Or the transform of them. You know what? Hmm. Use global. Good morning, Harukanan. What is the fault here? Use global. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe. Let's try it with this one on just to make sure. Still no overlap width. Hmm. Okay, some other ideas. We have gone through layer seems to be correct, position seems to be correct, extents seems to be correct. Anything else? I'm all out of ideas here. Why won't this checkbox slash overlap box, why don't we find the other colliders? What the fuck, we even find colliders. We even find the character colliders. Or we did at some point at least. These ones. Okay, but that tells me that it's something wrong. I don't even know what we could print or draw to get closer to why this could be. Okay, let's see. Collider not found by physics checkbox. Let's see the summary first. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Is that what I'm overlooking? But I would like to do... Yeah, probably. But I want to do this check. I want to do this check outside of fixed update. Hmm. Hmm. This sucks, unfortunately. But okay. Okay. Okay, interesting. Autosync transforms. I want to try with this one on, if I don't have it on. But if this makes it work, like I want to keep this option off. But if we enable it and it works, then I at least know the reason and we can work around it. So autosync transforms. Let's see if we can find this one first. Autosync transforms. Okay, let's try it. Okay. Really? Overlapping true. Overlap with creatures in I prefab. Yeah, we're overlapping with the I for all of these. But we're not spawning any eyes because it's overlapping with itself, I reckon. So this one. There we go. I think we still have an overlap. What the fuck? But we have some we have an error in extents here though. It's weird. Very weird. So extents are 0 at the moment. Because we do bounce, extends, and loss scale. Okay, so now if we have synced with transform, then we might not need to do this one, possibly. So let's just do that, and let's see what we have. All of these problems concerning like the physics calculations and when and what and project settings makes me wonder if writing some simplified custom instantiation collision detection system is better. Why do we get 000 here? Collider extends. Collider bounce extends. Oh, because this one probably. Or actually, we got this one before, didn't we? One. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think we get any overlaps now. Still, these extents look hella weird though. No, they're probably okay. Yeah, I don't think we get any extents. So this works. Or we don't get any overlaps. Ooh, this one is... This... Are you serious? This should probably have been an overlap. Probably. Although I'm okay with it. Yeah, I don't think we get any overlaps anymore. But then again, this solution relies on project settings, physics, game object, autosync transforms, right? And I don't want to have that one on. So if we disable it, almost all of them, because now we're doing the boundaries way too big. So yeah, let's see if we can get some more answers or inspiration for what to do next by reading this thread. It's a little bit sad, but like a lot of times when I read like Unity forums, it always ends up with some meaningless fighting. Set the transform pose first, then add the physics components. Yeah, maybe that's a... No, that I don't think that will work for me. Okay, in this case, with the eyes, we can definitely do it. But we're probably gonna have... Or I know we will have visual objects with multiple colliders. So yeah, we need this one added when we instantiate it. But then again, yeah, like you can instantiate it at the position and then it should be okay with the box collider. But that doesn't work with our visual generator system because we do... we loop through multiple modules and apply transforms over and over if we get some rejections. But like, I'm wondering if we could, when we're done here and we're gonna do this is overlapping other visual object, or that we have something like visual object dot place, and when we place it, that's when we update the collider, or actually like set the we apply it, so to speak. And if we had something like this in this method, we could try and update the collider to be equal to the transform. Like a force update. So I'm gonna check if we have something like that. Okay, so this is what I want. Okay. Yeah, I get it, I get it. Yeah, but this one is for everything in the scene, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering as well. Yo, what's up, GDs? Fucking hell, that's like my use case spot on. But what I take from this is GDs, why are we on the forums? Because of some questionable. Checkbox use. But also because it's my perfect place, or my number one place to hang. Okay, so how do I want to move forward concerning this? GDs, I thought we were finally doing UI. Nah, we're a few. I think we're a couple of months away from doing UI. These months, are you building another game in the meantime? We're doing some complex systems in the meantime. Okay, if we can't rely on physics here, I mean, yeah, so what we could do is, yeah, so yesterday I thought about it. Maybe we should just implement our very simple shape system. Or actually, we do it by bounds instead. Yeah, we implement a simple system where we define something by... Oh, fuck, I hate this. Okay, we pretty much mimic the physics system, but we base it on renderer bounds. It's going to work for these simple objects, but later on when we get, I don't know, if we're gonna generate tentacles on a creature, we're gonna get some problems, because then the bounds won't be as good. But yeah, maybe we should just accept it for now. So we check overlap by bounds instead. The problem I see then is if we do it by bounds, we're gonna have to, in Visual Generator, we're gonna have a list of already rendered visual objects. Or actually, we can have it on creature, I guess. Why not? Yeah, maybe. Fuck. Yeah, so we instantiate this, we add the modules. If everything succeeds, we add it to the creature. And then when we do is overlapping other visual objects, we send in a list of other visual objects. Maybe. Or we do it the other way around. Here we do creature creature dot is visual object overlapping with other visual objects. Maybe. Bubba, thank you for the follow, by the way. Just makes me think of True Blood from HBO. That name of yours. Yeah, maybe that's a better... Yeah, it will work for now. So let's do it. So it would look like... Do we want to put it here? Yeah, maybe. Okay, creature. Private list. Visual object. Add visual object. Yeah, maybe we can just have a bool here. Add visual object. And then... bool allow overlap. Like this. And then we do for each visual object. Yeah, visual object. Um, Actually, let's call it like, let's do it like this. So this one visual object and this one is new, or reach a visual object, and then I'm wondering, renderers awake. What do we want to do? Wait, bounce is a struct, right? Yeah, fuck. Okay, let's do private renderers. So this one shouldn't be tied to physics. And then we do private get components. Fuck, we just want to do it like this. And we change this one to public. There we go. And then we go to creature. So for each visual object in visual objects, for each found in if, fuck, then we're gonna have to do the same for this one. Triple for each. Yeah, I guess. For each bounce, other bounce in if other bounds dot contains sorry, just had to check one thing. So let's see here. Other bounds contains, or do we have a better method? Oh, is this just point? There we go, intersects. If other bounds intersects bounds, return false. Otherwise, return true. I want to rename this one then. And then we do if we don't allow overlap and we'll return false. Otherwise, I want to rename this one. Let's do place visual object. Because then I want to do this visual object dot place and visual objects dot add and return true. Something like that. And then in visuals generator, but fuck, it feels weird. The communication there feels a little bit weird. But one sec. So then we'll replace this one with if creature dot place visual object allow overlap. And if this one returns false, then we destroy it. Okay, let's try something like this instead. So then we remove the box collider here. Maybe that's good. We only keep visual object, and then we have a mesh renderer as well. I hope this one updates accordingly. Okay, after a quick glance, I don't see any overlap, so that's good. We still see overhang like this. Okay, so let's try both then. Definition, and then we change no polygon boundary overhang, or protrusion, I think we called it. And then we get extremely... Oh, we don't rotate it. We want to fix that as well. But we get... Fucking hell, do we get a few eyes per creature? Did I fuck up? Oh, 1 sec. Definition. Yeah, it didn't work with rotate and no polygon. Okay. Max number of rejections is 10. Yeah. Let's take a look at no polygon. So when we try and apply this one position here, no polygon boundary protrusion. Oh yeah, the rotation is wrong because we don't reset the rotation here. So if we rotate it and then we have protrusion and we need to re-rotate it, we just continue rotating it. So yeah, when we do the rotation here, we need to we can't use visual object transform forward. We need to use something else. This one should have a default rotation or something like that. So that's the rotation problem, but then it seems like we're getting... Like, we're getting an extremely small, like, even though the rotation is wrong, we do max failed test 10 rejections, and we're still only getting 1 eye per creature, pretty much. That doesn't seem... that just seems wrong. Yeah, we get one. Feels like we get one eye per creature, and then we just move on. Why? One sec. Is the error? Okay. Yo, what's up, Scafer? Quite big rocks, yes, indeed. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, I'm stupid. There we go. I've been getting like so many editor related errors today that I just ignore this one, and now I paid for it. But let's see, there we go. Okay, now we're just gonna get the rotation correct as well, and then we're done. So I want to have a visual eye prefab rotation, visual object. I think we're gonna do fuck, but we have to be real careful here when we do the rotation here. If this one fails, we want to reset it to whatever the rotation was before this one. We don't want to reset it to the initial rotation because we might have had a rotation module before. Okay, so this we want to change, we want to reset this one as well, I think. I was like, why are we doing this twice? What do I want to call this one? Or just start position. Oh, yeah, we wanna. Oh, we're gonna get to this one as well. Visual object. So here we have what I would like to do. Fuck, maybe this is, yeah, this is important. So it's important here that we do it by sphere instead of boundaries. And I'm talking about this solution here. Fucking hell, that sucks. Yeah, I think we're gonna take the jump and implement a system where, like, we basically just want to be able to define a couple of shapes and yeah, I want to be able to represent the bounds of a visual object with more shapes than a box, or bounds, that is, because I want to be able to do more specific stuff like this right here. So let me show what this is and why I think a sphere or a spherical shape is needed. So when we generate these, we randomize the position per polygon. So all of this for this one. And then we check, when we have instantiated it, we check if it's hanging over the end of the polygon like this. And if it is, we reject it and maybe not generate a new one. And when we check if it hangs over like this, we do it by a spherical check. Because if we do it by a spherical check instead of a box check, if we did it by a box check, this would fail because the bounds of this one, the box bounds of this one, hangs out here-ish, I think. There could at least exist a case where that is true. Yeah, here it definitely does. And like, I want this to be possible. I want this generation to be possible. And also the same thing, like when we check overlap against other visual objects, currently we reject this one because the bounds of these two overlap. But if we were more specific, if we were checking spherical bounds, then we can see here that these are okay, right? So that's why I'm thinking about creating some shapes. Shape classes, pretty much. But I don't know. One sec, let's prompt ChatGPT here. How costly is it to check overlap between... How costly is it to check overlap between sphere between a sphere shape, or actually ellipsoid. Is that what I'm... Ellipsoid. There we go. How costly is it to check overlap between an ellipsoid and a box as opposed to a sphere and a box? Could probably be a bit more specific, but let's see if it has the answer. Costly, that's vague as hell as well. The reason I want ellipsoid instead of sphere is because we're going to scale these. So currently we have scaled them like this. Maybe we could take the maximum radius in that case. But if we take the maximum radius and then we try to spawn something like this, and they do not overlap, but if we take maximum radius, they will overlap. Okay, I guess my question was... how costly is it to check overlap between an ellipsoid and a box as opposed to a sphere and a box in Unity? Where both the ellipsoid, sphere, and box are defined as custom-made shapes. I don't know. Okay, this works. This 2D. Yeah, I mean, we could do it like this, but... Mm. Uh, could we... And maybe we can settle at spheres. Maybe that's okay. 1 sec, just gonna run and grab a cup of coffee real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can just settle at checking spheres. If the cost... If the difference is as big as I think it is. Okay, let's try... Okay. Fuck, I really don't want to re-implement all of this. Yeah, we also want this to work for a oriented box. Axis line, no. Okay. So easy. Yeah, but I guess we're gonna have to do this. So let's start by defining shape. We had something similar to shape previously, but I removed it. We didn't have boxes or spheres, we just had line, I think. I don't care about line this time around, but let's see. So I'm thinking about, let's define a box shape and a sphere shape. We can start with those two. And then in visual object, we want to be able to define or add and remove how many of these we want. And then we want to be able to position them, and we want to draw it in the editor. So basically, I would love to be able to go to the prefab in question, open it up. We get this one here. We have an option here to add like boundary shapes or something like that. So we press plus, and then we add a new sphere, and we select how big it is, and so on. And then we want to make these, okay, let's make this into an issue and start specifying what I want. Feels so dumb to re-implement this when I know that we have similar functionality available in Unity, but it's like hidden behind some layers. So we can't utilize it the way we want to. Okay, so I'm going to create a issue. What do I want to call it? I wonder if we want to bind this shape to creature generation here. So much like we have primitives here in Mesh Parser, we want to have shapes here as well. Yeah, why not? So implement yeah, we're doing game creatures generation shapes. Yeah. Implement game creatures generation shapes. Yeah, the initial implementation definitely want to be done with this one tomorrow. Would be surprised if we're not. Implement a basic system for defining objects. Implement a basic shape system for defining object boundaries, more specifically than an AABB ever could. Add shape interface. Add we're just going to call it box. Or no, we're not. Or are we? Box. Cube. Yeah. Every cube is a box, but every box is not a cube, right? That's the equivalent of square and rectangle. Box. Fucking hell, I wonder if we want to do shape as a base class. Like that's, once again, this is a typical example when you learn polymorphism or inheritance. You might want to have, maybe. But then, does it matter? Or are they gonna share anything? Let's start with shape interface and we'll see. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Generation module interface, we probably want to bring this one down here as well. Want to wait with that. Wonder how... Do we want to have... bool intersects... Like, do we want to do intersects... one sec. It's a little bit too specific to be hidden within this. But we will see. Honestly, mesh parser as well. Maybe we will bring it out game.generation, because we might want to use this one for other stuff as well eventually. Shape box. And shape sphere. Fuck, do I want to implement this as an extension instead? Let's keep it like this. Okay, and then we do... Why does it autocomplete to that? On draw gizmos, enter. It has done this for quite a while. I just haven't looked into it. There we go. Oh yeah, it might be a good idea to have draw here as well. Fuck. Yeah, we're gonna rename this one to... Yeah, draw gizmos. So, I in the... Draw gizmos. So, me in the future knows that this is nothing game related. Okay. Yes. So creature visual object boundary shapes, draw gizmos. Yeah, let's see if we can draw them. That's like the first step. Then we can see if we can compare them. Although, we also have to make sure that we work in the correct spaces. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do it like this. I think I prefer this. This is editor related errors. I'm gonna just ignore them for as long as I can. This doesn't look good. Fuck. Okay. Yep. Let's go to shape sphere, and we want to add nope. Extremely tiresome. Okay, but this might be my problem. Is it? Default constructor, okay. Yo, what's up, Apukas? There we go. Okay, now it looks better. I still don't have access to these, but that's just some editor errors. I'm going to ignore them. I'm going to continue ignoring them. Okay, let's open this one up, and then we can do... So if we do size 1, 1, 1, I would love it. It appears, but it appears here. So yeah, it's a space problem, but this is great because then we can add a box like this. We set this one to 1, 1, 1 as well, but we add it here, or maybe we do it to 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, and 0.20, 0.5, 75, I mean, something like this. So using these shapes, we can construct a very simple boundary type check system, and we're not tied to the physics engine in Unity. We just need to fix some minor things with it. Apukas, how are you? I'm good. Had a little bit of a negative mindset when I woke up today, but then I've slowly worked myself into a pretty optimistic and good mood, you know. Sometimes you have days like that. Thank you for asking, and how about you? And as for the progress, I think it's good. We had some issues in the beginning of the stream related to, hopefully, yeah, related to things here. So I built a system that relied on physics.checkbox, and if you don't force your colliders and such to be synced with transform in your system, you might get some issues with physics checkbox, because it's very dependent on when and where the colliders update, you know. What you could do is you could force, which we learned today, that you can force your colliders to auto sync with transforms, but I don't want that, not for my project. So instead we're just going to build a very simplified system that doesn't rely on physics. That's pretty much how progress is going. Yo, what's up, Draco 4? Yeah, this one is rough. I'm gonna look into this after today's stream. I wonder what it is that eats up my memory. I definitely need to check it out after today's stream. Apuka, so I hear you one of those days. Yup. I'm not bad. Nice to hear. So now we're just going to implement some rudimentary box and sphere collision checks, which I think will be quite easy thanks to today's LLMs. Okay, so, but here we don't want a box, we want a sphere, and we want it to be at 0, 0, 0, and it should have a radius of 1. And we can see here that we don't have it synced to the position. We're going to fix that as well. Apukas, I'm currently doing a vegetation models at work. Oh, nice. The tips and tricks you sent in my Discord were fucking amazing. Not only were they amazing, like they make me want to create vegetation as well. And quote, nice to turn off brain and just do repetitive tasks, which does not require much brain power. Like, that's honestly one of my most enjoyable things to do. Repetitive tasks. I fucking love it. It's like meditation. I don't want to do it all the time, you know, but yeah, definitely nice to do it every now and then. Okay, so we can fix this quite easily by just doing I wonder how I want to handle this. in this specific case, we could just send in a transform here, right? Let's transform the center and the size. But I wonder if we're going to keep this one in local space at all times. Yeah, we are. So let's do shape interface, and here we do can we do it like this? Or actually, we just not in the interface, but and then we do like here. I think we just want to do radius. Yeah, we're gonna do transform dot lossy scale dot max component. World radius is equal to radius times this one. Can we do it like that? Yeah, max component should return. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Let's see. Apukas, well, your game will definitely need foliage and vegetation models, so you will have a chance to do it. Hell yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. It's gonna have a lot. Also, like, I can't imagine. So when it's time for me to start doing vegetation, I haven't done much vegetation modeling at all. So for me, it will probably not be a very Zen-like experience. But eventually, maybe, when I do my 20th flower, then maybe. Yes, and then we want to print it with these and these. I want to do something similar here, shape box. So we're gonna do vector. Actually, for the position, we can just take it. World center. And then we're gonna do vector 3 world size is equal to size. But then we do size scale transform dot lossy scale. And we do world center, world size, and it's the world size we want to scale here. Okay, let's take a look. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, radius 1. Yeah, that's true. 0.5 is what it should be. I'm pretty sure. Because you're gonna level up fast. First, just model the foliage, vegetation, and place them on a plane, render models to texture, and then from the texture make cutouts and form the required meshes. I know it sounds simple, but when you start, it's full unknowns, but trust the process. Yeah, that's one thing I'm gonna have to like tell myself over and over. Trust the process. Holy shit, I've had problems in the past by not trusting the process. Okay, but I think this looks good. Just imagine if this model was a little bit more complicated. So we had a box, 1, 1, 1, or maybe 0 0.2, 0 0.2, 0 0.2. Then we do 0 0.5, 6. So then we can build stuff like this. And then we can make them, we can check, can compare between different visual objects boundaries over and over. So I think that's going to be pretty nice. Abuka, sorry for the jumbled text, no problem at all. Okay, that's not my problem at least. But okay, so this is a good start. Now we can visualize the boundary, and now we just need to compare it. Fuck, I want to be able to debug this pretty thoroughly. But let's see here. So if we go to our visual object creature, here we go. And then we have is overlapping visual object, and we check bounds, intersects, and so on and so on. What we want to do here is pretty much, we want to do pretty much the exact same thing, but instead of bounds, we want to do generation.shapes, shape interface, and we do other shape in other dot then for each visual object bounds, want to do the exact same thing, but it's going to be shape here. And then we want to do other shape intersects shape, pretty much. But then we need to implement this. So this is what we want to rely on instead of bounds. But before we continue, I'm just going to run AFK real quick. Before we do this very, very fun copy paste, I guess. Be right back. Okay, back. So, Yeah, box rotation, but yeah, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Then we're gonna have to store this shit. That's true. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe, yep, maybe we want to get that fixed before we do anything else. So I want to check what happens if we scale this one currently. I'm pretty sure this is what we want. It's a little bit weird unless we use ellipsoids. But I think it will work. What doesn't work, however, is if... Actually... Yeah, if we rotate it like this box doesn't rotate. Its center does, but not the box itself. Okay. Hmm. Don't we have an option? Hmm. Like, don't we have draw wired cube rotated? I think... One sec. Back, sorry, I had to take the door. Let's see here. Okay, this is a little bit more complicated than I would have hoped, but let's see what we can do about it. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I wonder, would a better system be... I don't know how I want to organize this. What the hell? Then we could just do... Did I do this in a very idiotic way? If all we could do was... Center... Size... Come on. Gizmos dot... Something matrix... Transform dot... Don't we have the matrix available to us here? Local to world matrix... Maybe? If so, that's very nice. Okay, so this one only works for box. Yeah, we do get the scaling. Do get this, we get this. And if we rotate, we get this. Okay, that's great. Huh. Okay. Okay, so what I'm wondering is we're gonna have these shapes. They are always gonna be defined in their local space, but somewhere, sometimes we want to update their world matrix or model matrix, or we can just call it local to world matrix. That's pretty straightforward. And it feels like I want to do it. So if we take a look at these shapes, they're currently only used in creature visual objects. So anytime we change the transformation of this, we need to change these. But that's not entirely true either. But anytime we fetch this information, we need to update it. So we can run with a dirty flag. So we just do a boolean here. If transformation has been changed since last time, or something like that. Or we just do it so every time but that's a little bit too much. See, do we have anything in transform that we can use to mark or to check if it's dirty? Or yeah, we can just... Has changed. Get the fuck out, man. Huh. Makes me wonder what sets it to false or true. Okay. 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 Like, I mean... We could set it here and just check it every time in update, but that's a bit overkill. Is it okay? Yeah, I think we want to do it here. So we do this, get shape boundary. If transform dot, what was it called, has changed, if it has changed, then we loop through them and do shape interface intersects void set local to world matrix. But matrix 4x4, that's a struct, right? Nah, I think it's okay. We can run with it. Set local to world matrix. This is probably where we're gonna make this one into a base class instead, which I actually like more. Abstract shape. Public abstract class shape. Public abstract for all of these, but not for this one. Oops. protected. Am I gonna screw this? Oh, this is gonna look so much better if we have shape here instead. I think. Then you probably want to get rid of this one. Right now, if we rotate this, oh yeah, of course. Okay, now we can add them again. Set local to world matrix. And oh, fuck this. If we want to draw gizmos, we don't send this one in anymore. We just do this, draw gizmos. Hmm. Okay, now we don't see anything because we haven't set the matrix. Or have we? No, we don't, but Yeah, we never said it, but this error has nothing to do with me. But let's see, on draw gizmos. We want to do private void update boundary shapes. And we check if transform has changed. That's when we want to update them. Transform.has changed. Here we set this one to false. And here we do for each generation shapes shape in when we get them. The first thing we do is to update them if needed. And on draw gizmos, the first thing we do is update them if needed. Ah, fuck it. Okay, let's try it with the sphere as well. That's not good. Okay, we have a little bit of a problem with the update there, but that's okay-ish. 0.5. Now we offset it to here. And if we rotate, it works like this. That's great. Yeah, that's fucking great. Scale. I guess it depends on how we draw it, how gizmos draw it. Would be very surprised if we can make it work. If we can make the scaling work like that when we do the intersection here. Yeah, I don't think we will. Not if we do this. Find the closest point on the box to the sphere center. Yeah, and then we just check radius. And if it's not axis aligned, we just transform it. Or transform the sphere center into the box local space. Which means that we're gonna need a world 2 object as well. In shape. Okay. Yo, what's up, Async? Hope you've had a wonderful Thursday so far. Okay, so this one actually draws it related to scale. We're not going to be able to do that. So we're not going to care about radius. We're going to make... I don't really know what we want to do about radius just yet. We can get lossy scale. Beautiful. So yeah, we're gonna do it lossy scale wise. So when we compare, when we do intersection between a sphere and a box, we're gonna do it with the sphere's maximum radius. Otherwise, we're gonna have to deep dive into some way more complicated mathematics, I suppose. And I want to avoid that. We're mostly going to use this one for procedural generation. Maybe, we'll see in the future. But for now, so we have intersects and we just check shape here. Do I want to solve this one? Do I want to make this one? Like, can we do a switch type of shape? Or something like this. That would be nice. Because it just feels like if we implement it here like this, it's going to be so much duplicated code. But we could implement it as how weird would it be to do public bool intersects shape box. Depends on how. Okay, I guess we could do. Okay, I think the best option is probably to do a cast in here. Depends on how many different shapes we're gonna have though. If we just have box and sphere, we can probably solve it in a prettier way. Like what I'm wondering is how weird would it be to have do something like this, and then we implement it, and then we have public bool, public abstract bool intersects shapes box sphere. Base and base dot intersects, and then we just do this box. Is this time to quit, or is this a pretty decent way to do it? Here I guess we would have to do box this. And oh, we can try it, and then we calculate this stuff here. So this one should be pretty easy, but these are in local space. We want to make them in world space first. Maybe we can make center radius. Do we want to do something fancy like this? Let's see here. Public vector 3 position OS center. This one would be radius times local to world get lossy scale dot max component. So then we can get position and radius in world space pretty easily. Although radius in world space, I guess. Lossy radius, maybe. And then we do something similar here. So I do worry about size. Yeah, it's the rotation here. How do we want to handle size when it comes to rotation? probably multiply direction, right? Or multiply vector. Not really. I guess we can scale it. Size vs vector3 dot scale. Semi-skeptical if this yields the correct result, but we can test it later on. Test it properly later. And then we just need to implement these, and it's basically all about... Here I guess we can just transform both of them to world space, and then we check. We do sphere A dot vector3 dot distance between sphere A dot position in world space and sphere B dot position in world space. If this distance is return, if this distance is big, less than, what is bigger than, less than. If it's less than sphere A dot radius in world space plus sphere B dot radius in world space. Then we have an intersection, right? Easy peasy. Box. Ooh, this one is probably going to be the most complicated one. But this one is just about transforming the sphere into the box space. But then I wonder how we want to do the radius. So we get radius in world space. When we transform this one into another object's local space. Like, I have no idea what we want to do, but we'll see. We're gonna have to write some proper tests here for this one later on. Definitely. Uh, uh, uh. We don't care about... We'll rotate. We don't do anything about radius here, do we? No. Distance square. Ah, we check distance squared as well. That's pretty good. Hell yeah. But okay, I'm a little... Yeah, radius, I don't know. But, okay. We just clamp it. Take the closest point. Sec. Sphere position, world space. Yeah, then we don't have box min and box max just yet. But that's just our shape box. Let's see. That's just size. 0.5, isn't it? Yeah. So I guess 0.5f times box dot size in object space times x and here we do sphere position we'll say box OS. Think something like this, but we'll see. Unfortunately, I won't have time to finish it and test it today because I got to run now. But I'm pretty sure we will get this completed tomorrow. We will add some tests so we make sure that this works, and then we can use this system to easily test overlap and other cool stuff during our procedural generation. I think it's good. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I will be back tomorrow, continue this, finish this, if nothing unforeseen happens, which I hope it doesn't. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.